And then, yeah, super weird, the unknown model thing. Maybe if they're, yeah, maybe they're routing traffic to a pre-release model? Yeah, I don't know. All right, let me double check one thing here. Okay. So we are live. Let's switch over. Make sure I didn't miss too much. Ooh, Noah, your game releases in a month. Hell yeah. And what up, Alex? Just saw you say hi. All right. So, where'd we leave off with yesterday's stuff? So, hold up. We go with A. Mommy, come flop pillow. Right, Clutch Commander? You're referencing Tommy Boy? No. Yeah, Tommy Boy. Oh, yep, yep. Yeah, good call. I forgot all about it. Good catch. Good catch. You can get a good look at a T-bone by sticking your head up a bull's ass, but wouldn't you rather take the butcher's word for it? I could take a shit in a box and slap a guarantee on it if you want. I got time. Like, dude, there's so many good lines. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, so yeah, exactly. Dude, clutch. There's so many good lines in that movie. How do I like AI? Am I using Olama? I'm using Olama Cloud. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna let Clanker clank on that. All right, what other stuff do we need to actually commit here? Let me double check some of this. Okay, so that seems fine. Yep, there's the fixtures. Yep, okay, so that's why this got modified. We named it wrong. Yep, we changed that to fix that part. So what did we change here? That looks like formatting. Yeah, those look like just formatting fixes. Okay, yep, that's a good fix. The hooks are fine. All right, yeah, I just want to double check where we left off there. All right. All right, cool. I should refresh the Twitter chat just in case someone chats over there. I almost forgot that part. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Enjoying your Saturday? I need to check something. So yeah, damn, I was hoping to do the show off Saturday thing for Reddit for Gitbench, but we don't have the automation turned on to send the actual like analysis PDF. So I'll just wait on that. I knew there was something I was forgetting. But that's on me. Let me get more music going though. But it's been a pretty good summer for you. Yeah, we haven't had too many like heat streak kind of days, which is nice. Let's double check that. Oh no. Tuesday and Wednesday are gonna suck. Dude, even Monday is gonna kind of suck. Had to jinx it, didn't I? Had to jinx it. There we go. Music should be at a better volume too. All right, cool. So let's just double check it. All right. Yeah. So that's it. So we want to run Schemathesis again locally, just to double check it. We spin up a fresh database for it. Now, this failure is actually expected because the test fails anyway. So I don't think that's a problem. Right? We're just returning a non-zero status code because that's what this thing does. And we see 22, 26 unique failures from our fuzz testing. So I guess here's the big thing, right? We'll format this. And yeah, what's up, Carl? Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you hanging. And Vigorge, you're having ChatGPT work on your website app SEO while you sit here and watch. Nice. Phoenix action clause error. So Brainless, you ever seen that one before? We're getting a Phoenix action clause error at put. Ooh, looks like we can do a submission to the subreddit. Yep, your Get Bench analysis PDF. Downloaded. Nice. How about this one? Perfect. Like a glove. All right, I'm doing it. Do they still allow show off Saturday? Yeah. I think they do. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. So the gorge, you're going to need to probably use OpenRouter, and you're probably going to need to establish what are benchmarks, right, or evals for that process. Arise is a good way of doing those evals. You can self-host it if you want, but I'd say give their free tier a try. So then the idea would be you put in, right, a system prompt that you're going to use, you put in your user prompts, and then from there you can like swap the models and see if they get differing results, right? I believe that's how that could work. Similarly, you could eval the system prompt that you're giving and maybe get better results that way too. But then you're going to want to go look at something like artificial analysis, and you're going to want to select for, and let's see, do they have the quadrant graph? I thought they had a quadrant graph at some point. Yeah, here you go. So something like this. This is openness versus intelligence. Yeah, what you want is like cost versus intelligence. So yeah, that one's a little tougher. They used to have a graph for it, but yeah. But in general, I would say start with the cheapest ones you can and work your way up rather than starting from like expensive ones and working down. As an example, for Masijo, I am using GPT OSS 120B. It's incredibly cheap. Go look at that list. I would probably shy away from anything from a frontier provider like OpenAI or Claude or any of that shit. Do not like start with the absolute cheapest ones on artificial analysis on OpenRouter. Right? Like, let's do this. As an example, Luna's the cheap one, right? Except that it's like 40 times more expensive. So this is your job. This is where you need to use your brain and make a selection for a model that does what you need at the cheapest price point. That's your job now. Like, you can't expect someone to just have a canned answer for that. We don't know what your problem is. We don't know what your prompts are, and we can't measure the results. That's your job. That's why you're the engineer. Um, Uh-oh. Oh, that was weird. Okay, so now I just got to figure out one thing. Why the hell is that over there? What the fuck? Hold up. I got to turn the clanker loose on this. All right. Come on, clanker, fix that. In the meantime, we'll continue just crafting this. We'll add a flare. Uh, show off Saturday. Oh, and then, yeah, what was I doing? I wanted to select all. All right, so then let's do this part. Now, hold on. How are other people doing show off Saturday stuff? You're noticing what's very laggy. And we should get that fixed before we do it. So you're saying GitBench is laggy? Or the stream is laggy? My screen? It does seem a little laggy, huh? Yeah, that is crazy. Yeah, good call. Why? It's also not the right resolution. Okay, so it got dragged a little. But that shouldn't be the problem. Yeah, but then... So that's faster, but now it's like, it's harder to read, right? It should be 4K. Hmm. But am I wrong in thinking it's like really fucking pixelated now? Like it looks fuzzy? Like it's definitely fuzzier than my camera. Has it always been that laggy? We're not missing any frames due to rendering lag or anything. CPU usage is low. Let me try plugging the capture card. Well, yeah, honestly, the camera seems weird now too. La 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 la. No? Yeah, that seems okay. hell is that box? Hmm. Has it always been that way? I feel like people would have said something, right? Yeah, let me try deactivating this one real quick. All right, camera seems fine now. So turning that off and on again worked. Hmm. Let me double check one thing. Okay, so yeah, the 4K is necessary. Curious why it's not being picked up right. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to unplug the device and maybe give it a different USB port. Okay, that seems to have done it. Yeah, that was weird. Yep. All right, so that was the fix. What is that from, Betty? Hold on, let me do one thing here. Oh, and I gotta wait for that to get pushed up. Yeah, Gemma 431B. 26B is good too, right? Yep, yeah, 26B. Yeah, it kills it, dude. Oh, only fools and horses. Yeah, I haven't seen that yet, Patty. God damn it. Hold on. Okay, so still building over on Vercel. But what's up, Granick? How you doing? Oh, and Alex, I see why you probably picked King of the Hill, because there is a character named Bill, right? Which one is Bill? He's like the nervous, kind of like fatter dude. There's Hank, Dale, Boomhauer, and is it Bill? Is Bill the fourth one? Okay. Should be live in prod. There we go. All right. So which one should we get into the thumbnail? Get Kimmy in there. Nope. All right. Okay, so oh, and hold on, this was a fun post, real quick. And what up, Kenny? So yeah, 100 lines later, you should not have functions that long. Why not? Because dogma. Oh, I might have to rewatch that movie. When did they talk about function length? The boardroom scene? Yes. Movie The Golden Calf is quite insistent that functions should be single purpose and never longer than 25 lines. That was a fun post. But yeah, hold on. Let's go back to my profile. Let's look at this. And let's just hope we don't get fucked. All right. So let's get more music going. And yeah, we'll just have to, you know, hop back into here when we can. $38 views. All right. Yeah, we'll leave that for now. Only if people start complaining. Oh, hold on. But yeah, we'll keep it open and let's just continue with this. So yeah, an action clause error. Theoretically, they're saying that this error is because we're not matching what is sent to it. Now, here's the thing, a put should have been valid. Oh, but no, that's just it. We're seeing patch in there still. Oh, okay, Clanker. What's the deal? All right. So, yeah, that is seeming like that's the main issue with why this would be failing that way. Oof. If anyone could maybe help me out with an upvote or two. I didn't expect the web dev subreddit to be that cool about it. I marked it as brand affiliate, you know? Oh, did they remove the thing that shows like how many? Yeah, I guess I misunderstood. Did I need to do an image instead? I definitely should have done an image instead. Why is it formatted so funky though? But yeah, thanks for whoever upvoted. Appreciate you. Maybe if I switch the order a bit, does that help? Yeah, whatever. So, yeah, back to this. So yeah, the issue seems to be in our router extension. And wait, did I close it already? I keep like meaning to leave that open. Then I keep closing it. You had a block of cheese in your fridge. You wanted to eat the block of cheese. You started eating the block of cheese. You're now halfway through and you're not sure you're going to make it. What kind of cheese? Hold on, wait. What's the IT crowd quote? I'm going to mess it up. I don't have it memorized that well. Brie? I don't know. I thought you were more of a blah 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 person. Like IT crowd cheese quote. Buying the same kind of cheese. You made a 20-minute story about it. Brie? Yeah, what? Oh, nothing. There it is. Double Gloucester type person. I know exactly what you mean. And then he says precisely. And then hold on. You have a block of cheese, you want to eat a small bit of it, and then you eat all of it, right? So then you decide up front to eat the whole thing. There you go. And that frees you to not have to eat the whole thing. Damn it, I keep closing the Twitter. Just gonna move it over. That way, still got it, and I can keep checking. And what's up, Jory? How you doing? Oh, hold on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's using an atom. So that's another issue. Oh. Oh. Yeah, so this is definitely some magic. All right, so then, have I ever faced language barriers in open source? There's a Chinese dev that can only communicate with translator, which fumbles all programming translation as he can't speak English, but it's open source, so exclusion is not a thing, and not trying to communicate is also unfriendly. What? I'm not sure what you mean by the whole like open source, so exclusion is not a thing. And not trying to communicate is also unfriendly. I'm not sure what you're saying there. Are we dealing with one of those language barriers right now? All right. So yeah, we'll continue along there. Yeah, and I think that's a big important part. Yeah, exactly, Caleb. Just because the source is open doesn't mean they have to accept all contributions. I think that's a really important thing to recognize. Um, right? And yeah, being able to communicate why this change needs to be done is important. There's a lot of stuff around that. In general, the fact that it's open source means that if they want, they can just fork it and use their fork instead of the upstream. That's the beauty of open source. Very similar to what Linus said. Like, hey, if you're anti AI, that's cool, but you know, whatever, man. Maybe don't contribute if you don't like the fact that we're going to use AI where it makes sense. It's a tool, right? They're not forcing anyone to use it, but they will very loudly ignore people who try to argue against other people using it, right? If you don't want to use it, don't. It's fine. But at this point, yes, is AI perfect? No. But Christ, anybody who points to the problems at AI had better be looking in the mirror and pointing at themselves at the same time, because humans write just as much slop. But yeah, there was a line where he says, like, do the open source thing. Yeah. Linux is not one of those anti AI projects, and if someone has issues with that, they can do the open source thing and fork it. They can go fork themselves. What was it? No, hold on. Hold on. There's a better way to do this. Discard. Is this game still going? Is England beating France? Well, I mean, England is winning. Did English win? And then hold on, let me catch up. You got a colleague at work who has a fork of work that has some extra tweaks that he likes, but knows wouldn't be a good fit for the main release. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so it ended. England won. Got it. Yep. That makes them third place. Second place losers. And yeah, I don't necessarily want Spain to win. I just want Argentina to lose. That's all. Yeah. Their fans are the fucking worst. Yeah. Well, I mean, they did have a massive influx of Europeans around 1945 from one specific country, actually. Oh, I bet. Dude, I bet League of Legends gets real bad. Or Counter Strike. Oof. Hold on, let me check one more thing here. Okay. So I'm curious, what all did this thing change so far? No, not that. All right, so we end up removing that from the router. Yeah, I really didn't want to have to do that, but yeah, it looks like it is the fix. So yeah, it's doing a regression check. Lovely and chill, 17 degrees outside right now. Yeah, it's 80.8 Fahrenheit here, which is probably like 20 something. 27. Yeah, dude, your 17 sounds so nice. That's like what, mid 60s or something? Dude, I'm so jealous. Oh, I'm so fucking jealous. And I don't know, maybe I'm a bad influence, but I don't know, man. Would there really be anything that wrong with having a little bit of wine? Yeah, that sounds nice. Dude, I'm jealous. 94 where Kenny is. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to to the heat in Atlanta. It's not going to be fun. All right, so then yeah, let's continue looking at this. And then a lavo. You had an issue with Himalaya at your org, so you just forked Himalaya. Interesting, Lava. Yeah, and Himalaya. I'm not even sure what that is. Yeah. I think I found it. It's probably the JSON output stuff. So maybe the reason they're doing that is like it's part of some other flow they have. But writing like all that stuff from scratch doesn't make sense because, like, dude, like, look at how much stuff you'd have to do if you wanted to, like, do that yourself, right? You know, it's the whole buy versus build mentality. So, yeah, in my opinion, they're probably doing something that wires up to people's, like, email servers and does something. Maybe for, like, support, right? Passing, like, email support through AI agents. And maybe even, like, triaging into Jira tasks. I could see something like that. Oh, all right. So they're modifying some of the tests too. And yeah, I'm curious about your answer. Yeah, I get that, Caleb, for sure. Um, like the moment you start going for like the lowest common denominator to satisfy all things, you end up losing the value of one platform or another, right? But I would say, email is different, right? These are just like IMAP, SMTP, JMAP, Gmail, Microsoft Graph. To me, especially for something like email, it doesn't seem like it's that. Like, it seems like the overlap is going to be pretty standard, you know? Especially if you're doing it just for like fetching. For sending, maybe different, but for fetching, and it seems to me like this is just for fetching anyway, right? But I mean, I guess no, it does look like there is composing messages. Yeah, yeah. For like mail calendar stuff, I think it makes a lot of sense. Let me share this with work. All right. And yeah, Lavo just leaving us hanging. What a jerk. But that's fine. I get it. All right. So yeah, let's continue looking at what we got going here. Um, Unrelated compiler and missing operation spec warnings. Those are fine. So let's double check the diff. It's a little annoying doing that, but I'm okay with it. Yep, all those fixes seem good. What else did it do? So it updated the OpenAPI specs. That's fine. We deleted the router extensions thing. It modified some of the tests. I'm not so sure that was necessary. And let's get more music going. Okay. Yep. So let's do this. Build the public OpenAPI specification. We do that. And then from here, and then no, this is Doppler run that. Okay, down to 15 and 19. Hey. Okay, so that is a put. We don't have any patches. Perfect. So we still get a failure that is the clause error. All right, we'll update. Sure. And yeah, I think we're just going to go through and fix a bunch of these. So git status add, let's see. So we'll do lib and test. All right, so then here, codex. So kind of nice. It's using the Matt Pocock diagnose skill. Yeah, it seems to me like Soul is like way more prone to like actually like just calling skills without you forcing it to call a skill. So then the skills you have installed becomes way more important. All right, so then let's continue on with this. Doing a little too much? I don't know. I find its analysis is pretty good. Yeah, I just hate the company. Just one bad experience, man. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah. Elon. Or you could just say, you could do it this way. I think Elon is pretty good too. Elon. I think maybe you just need extra W's. Ew. Ew. And there you go, Swiss tourist. Hell yeah. Function of Elon. All right, 918 views. That's not terrible. If anyone is willing to maybe throw some engagement at this, that would be nice, but no stress if not. Oh, that's kind of cool. Takes a little while to wake up. You mean just like the momentum of like upvotes and views and stuff? Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I should have gotten it posted like way earlier in the day. Yeah, so I think this looks good. All right, so then these. Ooh, and it looks like our weekly reset. Hell yeah. Where do I see that? Here we go. So yeah, this one, weekly resets for that later, but the codex, yeah, just reset today. Nice. You feel like you get resets a lot? Well, I mean, there's the weekly reset. I feel like that was today or something. Actually, I'm curious, Caleb, if you're still out there, where do you get the dollar amount breakdown? Has been resetting for you like every other day? You thought it was because you didn't use it often? Got it. But oh, I see how it is, brainless. You'll sub to Theo, but not here. Hmm. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's fine, dude. It was a joke. Oh, you probably got it gifted. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah, I get random gift subs every once in a while too. Okay, so route ambiguity. The documented endpoint is that. Uh, do it. Do it. Yeah, yeah, I get that. I think it's smart, or not smart, but like he understands that form of communication, while maybe being abrasive to some, it gets views, right? It gets controversy. It gets people talking about it and linking it and blah blah blah, right? So yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah, sounds about right there, Swiss tourist. Yep. Yeah, 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 I get it. Exactly. It's tough, right? Like there's a fine line to walk between, being abrasive and just being real. And then there's a fine line between like being real and being like fake or it seeming fake, you know? I think it's tough. There's like the whole toxic positivity kind of thing. So then there's also just like within like the realness and fakeness like gray area, it also becomes tough to actually have a personality at that point. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's not like I've got it figured out. Wouldn't create a persona to capture an audience. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough, man. I don't know. I don't have any answers. All right, so that one kicking along. Level 40 in Pal World. Nice. Yeah, Robotic Head won't be available for gaming tonight. Alex, are you out there? Are you going to be joining us tonight? All right, come on, Clanker. Clanking away. All right, so we got our GLM kicking there. It's going to do the sub-agent thing. So yeah, some stuff's kicking on. And wait, is there a difference between a seal and a sea lion? I guess there is. Yeah, I don't think anyone would get on your case about it. See? Lion. How's it going, Nicola? What you up to? All right, so let's rebuild the OpenAPI spec. Let's try and run this and see. Did it fix? Did it blend? Hell yeah, 10 of 14. Okay. Okay. So now let's actually look at the changes they made. Oh. So when you do the request body, you say required true. Oh. Yeah. Okay. So I probably need to go and add that to everything. Okay. No, I like it. Actually, yeah, I'd say that's a fine enough commit. All right. So yeah, that was a good session. All right. So now, what was the next thing we saw from the Schemathesis results? Key error. All right. Come on, Codex. This seems wrong. This seems really wrong. Relapsed instead of elapsed. Possibly. I'm gonna have to go through and do this separate anyway. Let's try this again. And you know what? Let's do that. Yeah, so come on, Pi, I believe in you. Come on, GLM. We've already used more context, which is maybe a good hint. Right? We were only at like 0.8. Wait a minute. It's saying existing servers. What does it show up in the list as? Beam. Uh, why do we have Beam servers spinning up when we're not running them locally? Yeah, I don't see mix in there. Yeah. Wondering if these bash servers are part of it. Or not servers, but processes. Yeah, something seems off. Um, so the bash things may have been this. Let's try this again. Okay, yes, that's the thing. Okay, this is pissing me off. Jesus, 3% of context just to find that. Yeah, so far the superpowers thing seems a little limited. Let me get more music going. And let's do something a little like crunchier, a little more upbeat. Wolfalux, thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right, so that's kicking along. Let's just rebuild that just to be sure, and then we will run Schemathesis again. Because we need proper like server error output. Because that'll tell us like where some of these like key error things are happening. Hold on. Uh, All right, so hold on. Now, did this output? Where did it output? It goes to schemathesis slash server.log. Aha, okay. Where is this? It's going to be in the org controller. God, I got a lot of stuff open. And in fact, yeah, let's just close all of it. Let's pop that back open. And wait, now I got to look at that. It didn't leak any keys or anything in there, did it? No. All right, yeah, we're good. Okay, so it's in the show rather than index. And we are just doing get org. Oh, right. Ah. All right, so that should fix at least that error. Go look at other errors that we might be getting. Yep. Seems like a bunch of those errors, actually. So maybe we just spin up the server or the test again. Yeah, so we don't call any of that. Why would that still be a failure? So yeah, still the same failure. Yeah, something seems off there. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun? Oh, did I misread that? Interesting. All right, then let's double check on this. Oof, more downvotes. Son of a bitch. Damn. Well, that's annoying. Why are people downvoting? Because it's the web dev subreddit. They're insufferable. I was hoping they'd at least have some kind of like roast on what they don't like about it, but I think it's just the anti-AI crowd. Yeah, so we don't need that. Don't need that. Uh, you're talking about 2.5 being a good model? No, we're not going to post to Hacker News yet. Um, this was just like a quick trial of just getting it out there, seeing if people would catch some stuff that we should fix before a bigger push. But yeah, the show off Saturday stuff just seemed like a good, quick and easy like pressure test. It is one of the harsher environments to post it to, so that's a thing. If y'all are willing to upvote it, that'd be cool. And let me do this. I posted. All right, there we go. So just in case. No worries if not. All right, so how's this thing doing? All right, so it's still doing the subagent thing. Yep, there we go. So yeah, session usage ticking up. And yeah, so far nobody signed up for the email gate. Ooh, I need more water though. Give me just a sec. BRB, and I think we could hop into a whiskey, right? Slightly overdid it yesterday, but we can do better today. Okay. Yeah, fix my existing changes. Come on. Okay. No, I like that fix. It's interesting that it's doing like a node script for that. All right. So we saw 14 failures, 9 errors. We increased it because we broke other stuff. It should go back down to like 10 and something, like 10 and 6. Or it should be even better and be like 8. We'll have to figure out what these like examples and coverage failures and errors are. Those are separate. Okay, so it's 12 and 9 now. Okay. So org user response invite accepted at. We want that to be nullable. How do we do that? Let me get another album going as well. Just nullable true. Okay, easy enough. Oh. So yeah, no, that was a typo. All right, so then here we rebuild. We see if that fixes that error. I'm going to guess that we're going to have to fix it in other places too. And what up, Alam? How you doing? And how's it going? Hold up, let me catch up. What up, Fallen, Mr. Sir? 3-stream streak. And a happy Saturday, Alan, Mr. Sir. If y'all could go and see that pinned message and maybe like help upvote that post, that would be helpful. If not, no worries. Oh. But Alam, what are you up to? And what part of Mexico, if you don't mind saying? No pressure if not. All right, so we reduced the amount of errors. Awesome. That's fucking awesome. So let's just keep plugging away at it. Yeah, and I think we end up needing those to be nullable as well. Okay. So yeah, we should almost just go through like all of our endpoints that we expose and make them nullable as well. But I think we're at a good spot where we could just like let Schemathesis find it and call us out for it. Acapulco. Yeah, I mean, I've heard of Acapulco. I've never been. But yeah, it's a big like tourist destination, right? All right, so yeah, if Discord's going to have that issue, I bet this one's going to have that issue as well. For Slack. I think inserted at, updated at are actually strings. You want to learn programming stuff. Nice. We tend to recommend free code camp. I think we have a command for that. Maybe it's just FCC. Yeah, there you go. So free code camp's good. There's the Odin project. There's a bunch of options. And then there's 100 devs, which is a good community. I'm not sure if they're doing another cohort, but yeah, at least like joining their Discord and just learning along with other people is worthwhile. Yeah, exactly. Totally free. All right, so we added those nullable values. Let's see if that reduces the amount of errors. All right, while that's running, okay, that thing's still kicking. It is Dorama Sands. It's even better. All right, so we're at 11 and 9 still. Yeah, we got our own font. And technically, no, it's just Comic Sans with ligatures. I think this is just a case of Schemathesis not being good at like polymorphic responses. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, same issue there. All right, keyword lens response. Yep. We need a nullable there. Oh. And maybe I forgot to update in here. So let's try this again. But there's also something to be said, T. Smiley, about the legibility of Comic Sans. You know, at least things like, you know, capital I and lowercase l. I think the P and the Q are pretty nice. I think one thing it messes up is like O and O, right? They are different enough, but hard to scan. So like a dot in the middle of the O would have been better. But just as far as like characters being distinctly different, you know, it helps legibility, especially for people with dyslexia. And hold on, no, it wasn't P and Q. Sorry, it was Q and G, right? Those being distinctly different. So when they do like a Q with like the circle at the bottom, it looks way too much like a G. Q and G. All right, so that one does it well. But I think, how does Twitch do it? Twitch does the Q and the G right, but here you go. I, L, and 1. At least one is different, but can you tell which one of those characters is the I and which is the L? I don't think so. So Twitch's font really messes that up. Hey, 9 failures, 9 errors. We're fixing them. We're getting there. Fuck yeah. This one still fails. That one's tougher. How about this one, though? Yeah, I think a lot of the notifications ones are going to be a failure. Oh, but we're getting a 5 hundo. Sad panda. For a getter of events full. Oh. Well, let's look at the server log and see why. Oh, and hold on. I think we got to restart it. Just because it was going to be a pain in the ass finding anything there. Feld of Allen. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. See, I thought you were being cheeky and you had, like in your tell, you inserted a capital I just for the, you know, the shits and giggles. But we wouldn't know. Exactly. All right, so here in this file. Okay, so limit must not be negative. I would say that's probably technically a like a 400 kind of error. Like, how dare they send us a negative value? So if we add a minimum 1, maybe that'll do it. I think I like that idea. All right, so this is on keyword event controller. Okay, so then we'll regenerate again. Oh, never mind. Wet. Was that a sub? Give me a sec. Hey, T Smiley. Thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. They still complain. Uh, right. Okay. So you only need to specify one, which means I think these all need to be just find and replaced. And yeah, thank you for the sub, dude. All right, cool. So we build out that spec. We'll rerun this, and that should fix at least a couple of our errors, theoretically. Because we should bail out and give like a 400 or a 422 before that happens, right? Now, we may not be documenting that a 422 is possible for that endpoint. I forgot if we're doing that. Oh, yeah, we're reducing them numbers. Hell yeah. The notification ones are trickier. We'll have to figure that part out here in a sec. Okay, so we got another one here that is violating that. Oof. Okay, yeah, so that lens is one is necessary. Null is not type string for the org billing period, which could be null. Okay, so yep, this is at which endpoint? So it's just a getter of org. So that's going to be on the org controller. But yeah, what you up to, T Smiley? Org controller here in show. And they're talking about it being on the response. Yes, that's going to be down here. So the main project is this. And then our today command kind of sums up like the plan for the day. So we're using a thing called Schemathesis to validate our OpenAPI specification. And it's quite nice, actually. I've used Dread.js in the past, but this is doing like a way deeper analysis. Like it's doing a bunch of like fuzz testing and things that like you'd have to like script yourself, which is pretty cool. But yeah, right now we're just doing fixes for endpoints that have like 500 errors or something that we should fix. We're also doing fixes for like just schemas that don't match what we say they are going to be. Because if we're going to generate a like an SDK and an MCP server based on this stuff, you know, it should be correct. And my guess is this is a thing that like Mintlify probably does, but you know, they charge you money for, whereas Schemathesis just runs locally, no problem. And yeah, schematosis is what happens when your schema doesn't validate Schemathesis. Nah, it's fine, man. No worries. No, it's not an open source project. No. Schemathesis is open source. Masijo is not. We're running Schemathesis against our Masijo API. Schemathesis is a testing tool, so it's uncovering things that we've messed up. Hold on. So here we go. Org response. Billing period could be null. Yeah, we got these required trues all over the place. They do not apply. All right, and then this. Nullable true. Okay, so that should fix at least a couple, or at least one error there. We do need to rebuild the SDK again. Or not the SDK, but the OpenAPI spec. And we run this again. And then while that's going, we can look over here. Hold up. Seven and nine. Yeah. 7 of 9. Okay, so we'll have to fix some of that. For this one, response violates schema, is not of type array. Okay, so yeah, that's a separate thing. So this is the list all lenses response. We had a similar error, yeah, but it was for a different endpoint. I think that was on the stats endpoint. So I guess the key thing is like, how am I doing it in the front end, right? How are we consuming that? So if we go look at the lenses page in the dashboard, that might help us. I think it's here on the events page. And yeah, some of these are way larger than they should be. Yes, Masijo is mine. All right, so then where are lenses actually used? So this is, hold on, orgs, keywords, lenses. Maybe this was that same one, and I just didn't fix it right. I thought it was a different thing, though. Now, hold on. Let's find this. Okay, so it's this one. It's on the keyword controller instead. Thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, we do some animation stuff. If you have disable or like prefers less animation or whatever that config is, we honor it for the most part. Let's do another album. Let's do some more crunch, right? Boost the mood a bit. It's technically dark synth, but you know, I think it's got enough pace to it that it'll be good. Okay, hold on. Right, we're missing the top level lens thing. All right, so this would actually be properties. Uh, ah, Okay, so 7 failures, 9 errors is the total. And yeah, Codex at weekly usage rates. Yep. People are praising it, but it's actually just an easier way for them to reduce the amount that they give without you hitting that limit quicker, you know? Like by hitting a session limit, it's way more obvious that they did a reduction. Whereas instead, it's a lot harder to tell if it's just against a weekly. So I don't know, like it is nice, but it's also probably not in our best interest at the end of the day. I think it's them trying to like clamp down on how much you actually get out of specific plans. And that would actually be like a fairly valuable thing to run. Yeah, no, and that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking it would be really beneficial for someone to create a couple like throwaway subscriptions and measure how many tokens you actually get out of it before you hit your limit, like over time. I'd be willing to do that for a $20 plan. I don't think I can burn $100 or a $200 plan just for a test like that, though. But I don't know. Yeah, could be worthwhile. Yeah, anyway. So yeah, if y'all want to maybe engage with that, no worries if not. But yeah, I don't know. All right, 6 and 9, right? So we reduced at least one of those errors. Perfect. What? DB connection encode error at get. What the fuck? Okay, so now we need to pass a maximum. Touche, touche, fuzzer. Fuzzy nerf herder. No, it's scruffy nerf herder. Close enough. Whatever. All right. So yeah, anywhere we're doing minimum. Let's say 100. I think it's Mac Mini. There it is, Mini. Oh, of the camera. Oh, yeah. I don't have a command for that. It's a Sony ZV-E10 with, and really like the camera isn't the important part nearly as much as you might think. The lens is actually the thing that does it. And the lens, I believe, is a Sigma like 17 or 18 millimeter, like the ProArt series. Yeah, we got it. There you go. Oh, it's the 16. My bad. I'm not so sure the ZV-E10 is that good of a camera. It has like overheating issues. So I've got a fan on it like at all times, and on really hot days it gets really bad. Um yeah. It's only on the really hot days. When it's like above 88, you know. You found other streamers using the exact camera. I mean, it's a good price point, but honestly, and Theo has like argued this a lot. At some point, anything between like the 800 and the like the $2,000 mark, or more like $1,800 mark, you're just not getting the value you expect out of it. And you'd be better off springing for a more expensive camera that does like full frame and doesn't overheat and all that stuff, right? But yeah, even just like any of the recent iPhone generations are great if you're like starting out, you know. You're not going to get the bokeh effect of like the background being blurry, but You know, depending on how you do your stream, that doesn't even matter that much. Yeah, at some point I do have I have like my old camera too. It's like an A5100 or some BS. I'm thinking about setting that up just for like a second camera, so like when I do my stretching, like I'm actually in full frame. Considering that at some point, but pretty lazy. All right, and how's our Reddit post? Are we getting downvoted to oblivion? All right, all y'all that are fighting the tide, I really appreciate you. Your upvotes really help because this community is extremely negative. No. So T Smiley, the goal is if you get a new iPhone and you don't do the trade-in thing, use your old one as your webcam. And I feel like the trade-in is almost never worth it. But I haven't ever done it, so I don't know. Yeah, it basically goes like you get, you know, a cheap webcam. Like like a less than $100 webcam. Those will work. If you have a leftover iPhone, that'll probably get you until you're ready to spend $2,000 on a proper camera. And technically, even when you do $2,000 on a proper camera, you're going to spend another 500 to 800 or even like 1,000 on like a proper lens. So it is not a cheap thing to go for like the true quality camera. And for streaming, you usually don't even need one. Like people will come in and comment on like, "Oh man, your camera's so crisp." Yeah, it's fine, but like, dude, like think about like the Primogen. Like he's like that big. Like he's like 1/20th of the screen size. Like his camera quality is not actually that important. It matters most when he's doing like when he just pans out to like a full screen like rant like scene. But yeah. He doesn't even do that often. But yeah, thank you. And you stopped reading Reddit as after 20-ish years, you can just predict what the comments will be. Same thing every time. Yeah. Dead internet theory for sure. But also, like, Dean, it's the same thing that I posted about the other day. Right? Twitter is this way, or not Twitter, sorry. Reddit is this way in every subreddit. It's just not as obvious in things that you're not an expert on. Right? So, at least for this is your recurring reminder that the majority of commenters in R snowboarding are not serious people. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. The whole thread is people arguing whether this is a frontside air or an indie nose bone. Frontside air is closer, but indie nose bone is absolutely incorrect because it's a tutney. You know? And yeah, we've got the Reddit post pinned above If you dismissed it, well, yeah, I can post it again if you want. But this same thing applies to basically every subreddit. The majority of the people who make up and comprise active commenters usually don't know what the fuck they're talking about in almost every category. There's going to be the people that are good, but then in general, you're going to get just a bunch of fucking idiots. But you don't recognize it as much in categories where you're not an expert. But anyone calling this an indie nosebone is a fucking idiot. Like, that is so incorrect. Frontside error, I mean, technically, tuck knee frontside is what you could call it. But it's not like you're going to do a tuck knee backside. Like, what? That's not possible. So it's just a tuck knee. Right? You're not going to be grabbing melon or stale fish around the knee. That's physically impossible. You know? But yeah, if anyone has comments or anything to keep this going or whatever, right? Like if you're curious about the Get Bench stuff, just let me know. And I do think, if you're curious about the analysis, well, you've heard me talk about a lot of that stuff. But the PDF document that you can sign up for in this, like, Get the Analysis PDF, I think it's pretty good. I put a lot of effort into it. Can I do an overview of what Git Kraken is? I mean, yeah, there's the links and stuff. In general, it started out as just a desktop Git GUI, but we have GitLens and VS Code. There's a web app. We have a new thing called Kepler that I think is really worth checking out. Kepler is basically like a T3 code or a conductor or, some of those other apps that do stuff like that. You'll spin up a task maybe from an issue or a pull request, or you can just start with a prompt. It's kind of nice. It's brand new, but if you do check it out, I would be curious about that. I'm curious, has anyone hit up the Git repo issues or anything? Oh, 8 stars. Ah, how do I see who started? Yeah, I mean, there's just some commands that aren't worth memorizing. Oh, I'm the fork. So this is the official one. Yeah, this is the official repo, but my fork is, under my CM Griffing name. And actually, technically, the CM Griffing was the original, but it doesn't matter. Oh, hold up. Hold up. I should fix that, though. Okay, there we go. So now that's at least updated. Perfect. So technically, hold on, Dean Dev. What we could probably say is I forked myself. I can go and fork myself. We made that pun earlier because I don't know if you saw the Linus tweet or the thing quoting Linus, right? Linux is not one of those anti-AI projects, and if somebody has issues with that, they can do the open source thing and fork it. He should have written it as they can go fork themselves. That would have been so good. That would have been so good. All right, so yeah, let's get back to fixing this error. And yeah, that's just the we need maximums for basically all of these. What do we think about this? The per page value, I think maximum 100 makes sense. The page value, maximum 1000. I don't think we even support anyone having that many like lens results or keyword events. I don't have a lol emote. No, because we built a thing called Stream Parrot. So if you look in the message down below, LOL got replaced, and we even like blow it up if you do it like on its own. So because we built that, I majorly slacked off on emotes, but I think I should probably build a bunch more emotes, right? Like I got the budget, I got the quota available. Let me double check how many I can even do. I don't even know where emotes live in. Oh, there they are. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I've got like 5 free emotes I could do. We should probably do that. I've got 5 of the 22 I can do for standard emotes. I have 0 of the 22 animated ones we can do. For tier 2 and tier 3 emotes, I got basically nothing. So yeah, I'm kind of blowing it. Inconceivable. Exactly. Dean, I don't remember that at all. I pretty much only used IRC for redacted. Now, it's past statute of limitations. I do not endorse or encourage anyone doing this, but yeah, like I got the Marshall Mathers LP like a month or two before it released. Made like 200 or 300 bucks selling burned copies of that. I saw American Pie while it was still in theaters. Back when this was a much harder experience. Like I downloaded American Pie over 56K. It was gnarly. Used it to slap people with trap. Yeah. And here's the thing: it's not like it harmed Eminem in any major way. Like it had no impact. Damn, there we go. All right, so our uptime is lower. We still got to figure that out. But we are maintaining pretty much exact feature parity with the baselines. Right? We are maintaining a consistent higher throughput rate over Grays.social. Yeah, now there's still something going on in there, and I think to fix it, we'd have to. Yeah, we'd have to like get into the logs and figure out why. But it seems to me that it's a like it's on our end on Masijo because these others still maintain the full 100% uptime, right? So we had one disconnect over the past 24 hours. And we were down for 6 seconds. But our rate, 44.2. Fuck yeah. Yeah, so we just had like one batch of downtime. Yep. There goes a 9. But yeah, pretty pumped on it still. So yeah, we do need to create more emotes. That's a good call. I wonder if there's a good way that we could. Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a way that we could like detect good things to make emotes out of. But I don't know. Yeah, not sure. Not that important. We do still need to fix this though. So yeah, how do we feel about this? Like 1,000 things per page, that'll be our max. 10,000 like pages, we'll never go above that, right? That'd be crazy, but possible. And hold on, I'll reply, in front of y'all. Why? Why I do it separate? When you're in the zone, you can type fast, but during typing tests, not so. I mean, I think in general, when you're in the zone, you're also maybe not as particular about like accuracy, whereas the typing tests are way more particular about accuracy. Yeah, I do the same thing. I type with like 3 fingers. Like, I don't know, maybe 5, and then thumb. Maybe, yeah, I think every once in a while this guy gets involved. Pinky? Nah. Like, I sit in home row, but as far as like what I actually do, like, here, let me put it this way. Watch that clip. Yeah, I think I hit enter with my pinky. Watch that clip and tell me what you see. Yeah, that clip's good. Yeah. So for everyone unaware watching that clip, I do a no-look crossover on my split keyboard. I reach over to hit the T. And I also do the same when I'm hitting Y sometimes as well. Like I'll do the crossover with the left. So, I can do like a no-look crossover, both directions. This is freestyle typing at its best. And yeah, I don't know if it matters that much, right? But I always had this as like a thing younger where like my dad was the kind of dude that would brag about his typing speed, but he was mainly a hardware guy anyway. And my mom like raises her hands way up, right? And does like the hunt and peck thing. But she actually wrote way more important software. So like it's not how fast you type it, it's what you're typing that matters. Yep. Yeah, my dad built the hardware system for SMS 800, like architected it. And my mom was on the like the team at Bellcore that did number portability. So being able to like route a 1-800 number to basically any landline, like automatically. And then theoretically, that same thing was maybe like an inspiration or ported to early cell phones. I think cell phones do something totally different these days. Someone's at least told us that works in telephony. But this is back in 1989. But the big takeaway is neither one of them can help me with web stuff. you know, the only real programming language my mom writes or wrote was COBOL. So when I'd show her JavaScript, it's like a totally different language. They use the phrase subroutines instead of functions. An assembly idiom? Maybe. It's popular in COBOL as well. And I think in general, COBOL is a much lower level language than you would expect. So it probably maps closer to assembly anyway. All right, so let's rebuild. And let's run the tests. All right, so we're expecting, right, we got 6 failures, 9 errors. Let's see what happens. I do have to use the restroom. I'll be right back, and I'm going to rinse this glass, and we're going to pour a whiskey. Alrighty. A COBOL translator compiler? I mean, I know there's like Open COBOL and some of that stuff. I would expect like it's related to the whole we should modernize around better languages kind of thing. Yeah. Or technically, they can't find people who want to do COBOL for the price they're willing to pay. That's actually what it is. There are absolutely experts who can still write COBOL, but, you know, they're not going to pay them what they're worth. Yeah, it's government jobs, you know? Government jobs, telecommunications, they don't want to pay a COBOL dev 300K plus a year when they could pay someone writing other languages much less. You've never heard of COBOL? It's an OL. But yeah, COBOL is like the language that most telephony runs on here in the US. And banking and like even a bunch of Wall Street shit. Like it's crazy how COBOL is like the language for that kind of like high compute shit. No, it's a mainframe language. I wouldn't call it scripting. COBOL 2 and IL, is that what, like intermediate language? Like, so you're talking like LLVM or something? And oh, hot damn, 2 failures, 9 errors. Ooh, buddy. Hot damn. So now it's just these because I think the validation isn't going through and doing what needed to be done. Mm, You're not wrong about that. Like, we don't like to hate on languages, but I'll just point out, when I told my mom that there are plenty of COBOL jobs available still, she said, yeah, but then I'd have to write COBOL. So it's like the main language she knows besides SQL. And she just doesn't want to do it. Like, it's kind of funny. But yeah, for the past 20 years plus, she's been like a SQL expert. She started out at Microsoft helping them like update and maintain some Access stuff. And then she just kind of like wormed her way into the SQL stuff. So she didn't even really know SQL until like she was already like working there, which is funny. It was most likely MS SQL because it was at Microsoft. Yep. She was doing like business intelligence query optimization. So stuff like just however much crazy data you might think they have. Well, salespeople need to like query and pull that data for, I don't know, understanding numbers and bullshit and blah, 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 right? So there were queries that would take, you know, like a day to run, like 24 hours kind of shit. And she'd optimize them down to like 6. One of the biggest takeaways was changing subqueries into joins, just because like a subquery is basically a black box to the optimizer. Yeah, I don't know. I've never done MS SQL stuff. But when I was doing like database stuff in college, you know, like learning and just trying to understand it, like I'd go to her and she'd be like, "Oh, can you do this? Blah blah blah," and then, "Oh no, that's a MS SQL only command," you know. So yeah, I was writing MySQL at the time. In general, the way I write SQL, it tends to just be like standard stuff. I don't like using anything that's like, you know, vendor locking you to one implementation. But if I was going to do time series stuff, I would probably use maybe time series DB, which is a Postgres extension, which then does vendor lock you, you know? Oh, that makes sense. Time scale, not time series. Yes, sorry. Misspoke. Time scale. Yeah. Thank you. Good correction. Yeah, are there other time scale or time series database stuff that you use or that you guys are familiar with? I know I looked into this at one point, and like the company I was at was just it was a Postgres shop anyway, so you know, timescale made sense. ClickHouse, but for very specific stuff. I've been seeing a lot of people using ClickHouse, or like mentioning ClickHouse. Um, yeah, I haven't had a use case for it yet, and that's really like what it is specifically for, isn't it? Or is it more like an OTLP or OLTP thing? I don't know. I haven't used it. I don't know. I've heard it's really, really fast. That's like the main thing. Oh, interesting. And yeah, no, we knew what you meant. Yeah, we knew what you meant, Kenny. Lenses, results. This is a getter for a specific result. right? So keyword lens result controller. They're saying one of these things is no good, and it's the enum that is problematic. But why? And wait, hold on. What? Who the fuck is... Wait, Multitron. Oh, there it is. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. I didn't realize that it stood for handsome. Oh, that's cool. Like, what language does it mean handsome in? And better to be handsome than handless. Invalid schema object in response definition. Oh. I know what the issue is. We're doing type enum when instead this needs to be type string, I think. So let's regenerate. All right, so if we look at the value, right, 2 failures, 9 errors, that should go down to 2 failures, 8 errors, right? Maybe. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And Dean, thanks for the sub, man. Appreciate you. Oh yeah, we're getting like, dude, Kenny, I don't know if you remember, we started this out with having like 50 plus errors and stuff. We're in single digits for errors and failures. That was a good album though. I like that one. Let's get another going. All right, so that didn't fix anything for us there. Oh, wait. I forgot to rebuild. No, that was a me problem. So yeah, 2 and 7. That ran. We kick that off. And this should be better now. Ooh. 4 failed and 3 errors. That went up in examples and coverage. That's not good. All right, we'll let that continue while we're looking at this. How do I like GLM 5.2? It's a solid tool. Yeah. Oh, whoops, wrong one. Not Codex. Pi. Yeah, so Llama Cloud for sure. Yeah, Open Code Go, it's so quick, and the fact that there's like a monthly limit is really annoying. Like I hit the monthly limit way too quick when I used Open Code Go. And I don't think they've changed that. If they have, cool, but I don't think they did. So yeah, the Olama Cloud subscription is quite solid. They haven't, yeah. You'll give it a go, no pun intended. Right? Because we're talking about Open Code Go as the other thing. But yeah, for 20 bucks, it's definitely worth trying for sure. Um, and yeah, I don't hit my limits that quickly. And we're doing some pretty token heavy stuff with superpowers right now, which is why, like, you know, this is getting so heavy so quick. Hey, what's up, Howling? Go is only $10. Yeah, you're right. That is a solid deal. Whereas it's 20 through like Olama, but I feel like the $10 Go plan gets used up really quick, like faster than I think half of my Olama usage would be. But the fact that there isn't even a monthly limit on Olama is even better. They just got the weekly and session. But yeah, what up, Howling, Mister Sir? What were you up to on your stream? Doing some more elite code, data structures and algorithms. Nice. What data structure or algorithm were you working on today? And Andre, so you're good? Like you haven't hit your monthly limit with Open Code Go yet? Interesting. Yeah, I hit mine, and I wasn't even using it that heavy. I hit that within like 11 days, and then just having the entire rest of the month to just twiddle my thumbs or use a different thing. It's kind of annoying. Arrays and DP today. What is DP? Oh, dynamic programming. Yeah, I like would would macros technically be dynamic programming? I don't think that's what dynamic programming is. I mean, you probably know more about it than I do. So yeah, I didn't think that's what dynamic programming was. I thought dynamic programming was the same as metaprogramming. Okay. Macros would technically be metaprogramming then, right? So isn't that just programming? Like how is dynamic programming really that different from just programming? Like, right? It's just function composition, you know? Okay. Okay. And then real quick, sorry, just making sure. So yeah, OpenCode is a solid harness, and the fact that it has like the ACP installed means that like yeah, most of our tools can use it. I would say if you're into OpenCode and you've tried stuff like Conductor or T3 code or whatever, maybe give Kepler a try. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. All right, so that is ticking along. Tickety boo. 6 failures, 3 errors. Yep. Yep. Aha. Aha. All right, so now we need to look for enum with a colon, not in the specs, but in the controllers. Yep, that was that fix. Oh, and we've got to rebuild. Oh, actually, we didn't rerun, so that's fine. So yeah, how about this? Let me let y'all know what I'm up to. I'm sorry. I should do the proper thing. Everyone coming in from the raid, from Howling's stream, we are working on using a thing called Schemathesis. It is a way of, and hold on, that's the read the docs. Let's go to their website. Yeah. So Schemathesis is a way of validating your OpenAPI specification to make sure that it is telling the truth, right? So the main goal is that we can uncover inconsistencies in what we say we do versus what actually happens. And one of those was, well, we, in our documentation here, we didn't have simple as an option for this enum. Ah, okay, so it caught it for us. And it catches all sorts of other stuff too. We've got 4 failures and 3 errors left. Like, oh, that used to be in like the 50s. Some of those, I'm not sure how we're going to fix that. That one's a little trickier. But for these, there should be something that we're doing here that would be accurate. So red event is a required property. So this was a getter. Okay, so we're not spitting out red events and unread events. Let me double check where we're doing any of that. So it comes back on our fetch for all keywords for an org, but it's not coming back on the individual fetch. Okay, so we need to fix that. And then, yeah, we got a few other things that we're kind of hammering on as well. Over here, this is just ticking along. And oh man, we got 20 minutes before we can kick this thing off again. We're getting real close to that session usage limit. Right along the razor's edge, right? That's another thing we're doing. And then kind of just like on the side, we were taking a look a little bit at number one, we've got this thing called Gitbench, which is pretty nifty. And if you could maybe help us out by doing some upvotes or whatever, if it's something you would upvote on the Reddit thread, that would be nice. It'd be a whole lot cooler if you did, but no worries if not. But yeah, Gitbench basically measures how well certain LLMs do on Git things. And the top 20, pretty solid. But then, if we select, open weight models, well, yeah, some do better or worse compared to each other. Frontier models, this is actually more surprising. Fable is the worst of the frontier models. When we do text, it's especially bad. For JSON, it's not the worst, but it doesn't score nearly as high as people would expect. Right? And this is just like the output, right? So structured like schema output. Right? And then models with a million context window or higher. Comparing them, pretty interesting, right? Like Quen sitting there outperforming Claude. I don't think anyone would have expected that, right? So yeah, it's just kind of fun to like fiddle with and toy with this stuff. And then if you really want to like compare, well, okay, let's look at intelligence or maybe cost versus token usage. Right? Worst offenders. Well, Gemini's pretty bad. Right? Token usage, at least Minimax is cheap. It uses a lot of tokens though, right? Fable, super expensive. Not that many tokens though. Now we're doing this for like the 1 million context window. So within the million, not so bad. But then, yeah, if we start looking at like maybe 500, there's only one that sits in the 500 to 999 category. But then here, Well, okay. Yeah, we can see Kimi K26 for text effort burns a lot of tokens. K27 does significantly better. Trinity Large Thinking burns a lot of tokens, but at least it's cheap. So I don't know. It's just fun to like explore this data. And, if you're curious about it, there is an analysis document that you can sign up for on that page that kind of like highlights a bunch of the things that you might not want to put the time and effort into sussing out yourself. And hey, we hit 5 upvotes. Thank y'all. I appreciate you on that post. Number 11 on web dev for the day. All right, so back to it. This thing's still churning. Oh, man. So this right here, yeah, we started looking for it. Keyword controller here. It's on the getter for a single keyword, right? And we call it keyword response here, but keyword by org ID and keyword ID, it does not have the read or the read and unread events. Yeah. Mm, yeah, so we got to do that same thing. I think we end up needing all of that. Yeah. So it's a little gross. And what's up, Crispy? How you doing? All right, so we end up doing that part. I am doing well. Yeah, we're just chilling. All right, so let's go to the bottom, and we are at 4 failures and 3 errors. I think we can just run this because it's not a schema change that we made. So 4 and 3, we should see at least one of those numbers decrease. Maybe not. Oh God. Oh, too many open files. Hmm. Ooh, hold up. Let's look at this. How close did we get to the limit? Ooh, dude. Woo! Hey, what's up, Metal Face? I mean, this is our main today command. We got a few things burning at the moment. So the main thing we're doing is fixing errors that Schemathesis reports to us in validating our OpenAPI specification. We've also got another thing churning. Let's do this and that. I know, right? Dude, take it to the limit. like, oh, and I'm sorry, one second. Alokian. What was that overthinking thing? I don't remember, actually, if I'm being honest. I think it was just a thing I wanted to copy. I think someone else like said it. Oh wait, is this fucking oh, God damn it, pair. Quit. Let's just open it with, I don't know, text edit. Sure. Okay, so Hegpets had a comment. And we haven't seen Hegpets. I see now. The user is asking a simple question, but if I am not careful, I might do more than they are asking. Thinking more deeply, there is a simple question to answer, but I am worried of overthinking. If I overdo it, they might feel like I did not answer the question directly enough. To be more direct, I should rephrase the question, but if I rephrase it incorrectly, I'll need to repeat it verbatim. Ah, I see. So I should carefully paraphrase it, but avoid repeating verbatim so that I can ... like, exactly. And no, I know you weren't trying to post a link, but now you can do links. Don't abuse that power. So yeah, Hegpets nailed it with that. Like nailed. Let me get more music going. All right, dude, that is just epic. All right, so this kind of worked. Let me do one thing. Oh. Okay, so that worked. I'm not sure what failed with this, but okay. So let's go do this at least. Org ID is not defined in quotas and stats dashboards. Let's do that. Yep. Okay, so then, boom, yeah, just that simple. All right, and then I believe we left it out of a different endpoint. That would be stats dashboard. Yep. Okay, so we're going to fix those two errors. And what's up, Ninjatron? How you doing? Haven't seen you stream in ages, man. Could just be me missing it, but yeah, what you been up to? Also feel like we haven't seen you here in chat for a while, but you know, been busy. Yeah, that's good. Oh, you were here a few months ago. You were doing a lot of Rust at the time, right? You still doing a lot of Rust? Most of your days are Python? Yep. I am remembering that right, though. Yeah? Like you used to do a bunch of Rust on stream? I might have mixed you up. Okay, yeah. That's what I thought. Just double checking. Oh, and I missed some follows. So Andre Paul, Freezing Hot Dog, and Rizis Gal. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Let me know. I'll do it better. But thank you all for the follows. Appreciate you. But yeah. Schemathesis. Giving us some grief. How is Schemathesis? Pretty good. I think there's some stuff maybe that we're running into that is weird, that is probably caused by how we're doing our hooks. But yeah, we're just, I don't know, we're hitting some stuff. But as far as like a spiritual successor to Dread.js, pretty fucking good. Like, yeah, the fuzz test, like it's catching errors that I'm almost positive I have in other places, like in other apps that I've used Dread.js to evaluate. So it's definitely catching stuff for us that is quite nice. So yeah, I like it. I'm a big fan. But it just seems like it is failing everything now. There you go. That is the specs on this Mac Mini. But yeah, real quick, another thing that we've been working on lately was a thing called Gitbench. And if y'all got the time, checking it out, upvoting it if it's something you would upvote. You know, any comments or questions, I'm happy to answer. And yeah, if you just go directly to gitbench.com, you can take a look at the results yourself too. And the analysis PDF is behind an email gate. Might be worth it. I put a lot of effort into that analysis PDF. But no worries, no worries. Only 2 people have signed up, and it was me testing from 2 different accounts. Ooh, it is definitely getting close to time for some Indian food for dinner, though. Because I didn't thaw anything to cook. Oh. Oh. Okay. Hold up. So it was something I messed up in the query. Oh. Oh, yep, yep. I'm not sure the group buy is actually the problem. Oh, I guess, yeah. We might not need group buy anymore. Okay. So thank you, Clanker. Oh, yep. No. Okay, so we need updated at. Now, hold on. Yeah, we changed those to Atom access. And then two follow-on problems. Keyword map omits updated at. Yep. Okay, so then the show serializer needs that stuff. Oh, and yeah, we do this. Yeah, we'll do it for ID as well. It's kind of gross that we even have to do this, but I get it. Better to fix that as is. Now it's red count. No, it's red events. I almost feel like, yeah, no, we'll just leave that for now. Hey, all right, now we get passing tests again. Three failures, one error. Oh, dude, we are getting so close. Okay. Yeah, it's the notification thing. So that's for our list. Yeah, inserted at, updated at. Yep, we forgot updated at for that one. Okay, so we got one more. Org ID is not defined on keywords lenses. Yep. Okay, so now we build the spec again. Will it blend? So I think we're still going to have the 3-in-1. Even though I could have sworn we fixed it. Oh, 6 failures. What? What? All right, so the notification failures, we know about those. Postgres error at get. Yep, so that's the only one. Invalid byte sequence for encoding. And this was I think it's the fact that it's doing that. So that was our fuzzer doing something weird. All right, this feels like a good stopping point, for sure. We have so many fixes that we've done today. It's awesome. Let me go in and let's have GetKraken do that for us. All right, so let me just drag this over so y'all can see a bit. Open spec stuff we don't care about. All right, we'll fix that and those. And then here we go. We're going to try it. "15 files is a lot to compose. So we'll see how it does. I believe in you. Hey! Looks good to me. Boom. All right. So yeah, that's a good leaving off point. So who is streaming right now? Who should we go raid? We see Hypnotic Games. We see AI Bengineering. Ancient Gate doing some Zig live coding. Oh, BlazeBits. Nah, let's go raid BlazeBits. We haven't raided Blaze in a while. Let's do that. Oh, wrong thing. There we go. So yeah, BlazeBits, awesome dude. He is doing some hack the planet, hack the box kind of stuff, I think. Pretty awesome to see some of these, hackers at work. Looks to me like he's doing some Pi stuff. He's using Olama Cloud. Big fan. So yeah, I'm going to bid farewell to the YouTube and the Twitter crowd. Thank you all for hanging out. I'm going to click stop on those, but I'll be back here on Monday. So I'll see you then.